Wickety, wickety, wickety. What's up, gamers and game fans alike? Mayhem here, coming at you from Space Engineers. This game has had my attention for so long, and it's one of these where you gotta have the motivation to play. You can't just cruise in here easy. Well, in some respects you can, but to really get something done, you need to have inspiration and ideas. So we've got ourselves a little refinery factory here, and we have spruced it up some, but we'll go over that later in the stream. We also have our digger still digging, but we have expanded the outer limits of it, so it's digging a wider path up right now. We are retracting this piston right here, I believe. Let's see, what do we have? Velocity 4. Ooh, maybe not. Maybe it was this one. Which would also mean it's time to start this one going. Let's get this one moving. Let's put it to reverse. And that should start digging. Let's see. Today's episode is going to probably be focused on fixing this heap of whatever's happening. We're kind of stuck on the grid. If you know what I mean, there's grids in this game. You can see, oops, all of these blocks in this building here are aligned on a grid. But so also are these blocks on the same grid as the refinery, and then these blocks here on the same grid. But that silo in the background, that is on a different grid. It's not aligned to this same structure. And what happened was my beginning platform that I built is this little mess right here, and then I expanded and expanded, and then I realized everything's really square. So I have a conundrum of sorts, and trust me, we can overcome it. It's just going to take a little bit of planning, but I don't know that I really want this building that I'm going to create here to be on the same grid as the refinery. I certainly don't want it to be a copy of the refinery. And I think what we might end up doing is grinding down a lot of what's here, and then using connectors, rotors, hinges, that kind of thing to make this attach to some other structure. And that structure is going to be focused around energy production. It's going to be our power plant. I've got quite a bit underground already for power storage. Hydrogen and a large cargo container just for ice. All of that right down there. What do I want to do about it? I don't know. There's a part of me that says, let's just start over. You can transfer the hydrogen gas. So if I built a new structure over here that was a power plant on its own grid, we could just transfer the gas and set up a new ice storage bin. It really isn't that material heavy to do so. That might be the thing to do. I'm not sure. We also need to decide about this little conveyor system, because my initial conveyor system was built on the grid, on the original grid, and it's very, very straight. And then I expanded my base into this little setup here, which is less on the grid, right? You could tell it's a little more free-flowing, a little less strict, confined. And do I really want this to stay the way it is? I mean, for right now, at least this section from here to here is going to stay how it is. Hey, random. Glad to have you back. How you doing? I'm not sure. Not sure. I think we're going to definitely grind all this stuff down. This is where I'm going to start. I think I'm gonna work on a power plant today and get this mess that's in front of me moved over here. Ouch. Strunk by ice. Alright. Now, we need to get a little hot bar set up. Night is coming up, I'll bet. Yes. I know I'm getting a late start today. I was busy this morning. Let's see here. I need hinge. I'm getting beat up here. Rotor. Let's just do advanced rotor and part. And conveyor. Have you had a good week? Worked on any projects? I'm gonna die to ice. Well, I'm glad you could stop in, even if it is just for a little while. Whatever works for you. I'm gonna continue trying to polish this base up so that we can work towards eventually building some structure for ship creation, like a hangar of some sort. All right, we've got conveyor, hinge, rotor. Oh, I need the regular style conveyor as well. And everything else we'll figure out as we go. Boy, these ice storms are really quite something, aren't they? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Get that in there. Oh. I guess what else I might need is cargo access over here. Let's just set it up. Cargo. In case you need to transfer energy only, structural supports might be of interest. 5-ish blocks for 1 PCU, very performance friendly. Is that a mod? That might be of interest to me, in fact. Wrong button here. Not conveyored. Conveyors all the way. Yeah, I gotcha. What's this? Alright, let's do cargo terminal half. Vanilla. Okay, gotcha. Structural supports. Structural, let's see. The beams probably could look good. Oh, and these truss pillars too. Structural platform and then scroll. Gotcha. Oh, wow. What? This is vanilla? Whoa. Structural frame. Ooh, diagonal beam is cool. Man, I haven't even looked at this stuff. Yeah, I think you're onto something there. Very cool. Let's see here. What I'm wanting to do right now, I've got my hydrogen tank underground under this mess, and I want to put my power plant, I think, over here, and I don't want it to be stuck on the grid, so. On the topic of projects, what have you been working on? Anything exciting? Let's get this over here. Got a ship in 3 versions coming up. No kidding. You'll have to let me know when it drops, man. I'd love to check that out. Sure, I'll take any topic. If it's of interest to you, it's of interest to me. Where's my... You know, I still haven't gotten cargo. Let's do this. That'll get us what we need. Yeah, that's cool. Are you going to publish it to the workshop? Alright. We need... Let's see here. We need to drop this in there. And I need steel, and interior plates. What kind of ship is it? Go ahead and lock this down. We've done this before. Too much, too early, but blueprints are alright. I got you. Yep, yep. Yeah, I like an early iteration. That's when you still have a bunch of potential. Of course, nothing beats a finished product, but I don't discriminate. What is this? Why does that look like that? Did I break some voxels there, maybe? A fair fight. Well, the closest thing to fair. Looking into publishing? I gotcha. Publishing, I don't know if I've published any of my stuff. I don't think I have. It kind of really puts it out there. It feels very final. Let's get this thing built here. And we'll put a little cargo access on the end of it and then just start building over here. Yeah, I think so. It looks funny. I think the shadow rendering is making it look funny. We really need this ice storm to quit. It's been a while since my health's gotten that low. Okay. Build, build, build. You know what? Now that you're here, I'm going to show you I did a little bit offline. A couple little things. I built a little office space here. And I noticed that... Well, this is the office space. Just a little captain's quarters type deal. Got our own private restroom, and we can turn on the rooftop generator from here. Turn off the lights. Just in case we actually wanted to do that for any particular reason. And then I also set up a system to the 150% health. You're not kidding. Set up a timer block to drain the ingots from this end of the world all the way over there, and after 2 minutes it shuts itself off. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. It's just a little something to bring some life to it, make it feel a little bit more used rather than functional, purely functional. So, but yeah, now when the ingots start clogging up over here, that sorter goes into drain all mode and pulls them out. It has to be manually activated right now. I'm debating on setting up an event controller. Alright. Whoa. I need one more hinge part. Yeah, we've had a banger of a day here. Spent my morning running chainsaws, clearing brush from along the driveway, just to get ready for winter. Because when the ice comes, the limbs hang real low and they make a bit of a mess. Oh, see, this is the problem, though. When I have my sorter loop running... So let's see. Timer block. Let's just deactivate that now. When I have my sorter loop running, I can't withdraw items from the silo. I didn't think of that. Control seat is cheap per action. Maybe that can be an option. Do you mean the construction of it is cheap for the amount of actions you get, or... Let's see. Control seat. Ooh. Yeah, I think I just did desks. I think that was... Oh. Yeah, I set up a desk in there. This is like you could pilot a ship from in here, right? It's got the, let's see. Well, I'd have to build it, wouldn't I? I've used those before, though. In terms of PCU, which is performance hit measure. Gotcha. Yep. I see. I see what you're saying. You know, I don't ever really concern myself with PCU, probably because I've always, not always, but mostly played single player, and I should think about it more. It's a big reason my other world lags so much. It's just the sheer amount of PCU. I've done a lot of garbage cleanup in that world too, trying to limit that. 10 times 9 actions. Yep. Oh, we wanted to do this round. Yeah, that is a handy dandy thing. While the event controller is 10, 1 or 1. Gotcha. Yeah, multiplayer. Cool stuff, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and then 15. Preparing for it is a challenge in itself. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time in creative worlds just building blueprints that I was going to print. I definitely did more of that when I was playing multiplayer. It, I don't know why it feels inconsiderate to do build iterations in multiplayer. Or maybe not even that. Maybe it's because you can't access your creative controls there. But in a single player world, I'll iterate on something outside of creative mode, so I don't really know what explains it. Publish some ships as incomplete. Okay. Yeah, let me know. I'll pull them up in here and take a look at them. I love to see a build. Absolutely. We're just going to get this thing built so I can angle it over and give myself cargo access while I'm building this building. Hopefully that should streamline it a little bit. And whether or not it streamlines it, I at least need the cargo access to hook the whole thing up to the grid. So, and I think the cargo access in that building is going to be limited. I might have one terminal where everything's accessible, but for the most part, it's going to be just hydrogen and ice. Landing a ship can help. Let's see. Okay. I'm not really sure how you mean that. Landing a ship nearby can help. Let's get this thing angled over. So hinge lock off, and velocity should go negative to go the direction we want. Stuff it with components. Oh, I gotcha. Well, I know I'm going to need to connect this building to the grid eventually, so why not just start now? That's kind of my thought process on it. This should be fairly close. So for right now, let's do something semi-temporary here. Oh, the wrong button. Opened up my Windows menu there. I'll take you. And then we're going to, let's open this helmet up, get a little breeze in here. Gets stuffy after a while. What do we want? Conveyor parts. And we're going to do just simple dimple because this is the temporary part down here. And then a terminal of sorts. That'll do. Rotations can be weird sometimes. Build planner empty. 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got everything. We've got everything. Nice. Yeah, I'm starting to get the desire to explore. So getting this base kind of tidied up and to a place where I'm happy with it would be very nice. Give me the freedom to maybe go hunt asteroids. Definitely go get into the economy a little bit, even if it means maybe getting to the economy earlier than I intended. But earlier than I intended, but we can always keep building at the base after a couple of missions. Just bring some excitement to it. I love the building, but I'm also kind of ADD, and after a while I want to do something different. And so we'll have to, I mean, I haven't played with the new economy update at all, so I'll have to do a little bit of exploration before I even decide what kind of ship I want. Cargo, combat, a cargo and combat ship. I don't know. I don't know what people do. We don't want local grid. We want gravity alignment. And let's think about this. Do I want my power grid way up here? Or I want it nestled in a little bit? So if I start building here, I won't want to build to the left, because that'll go uphill and I'll have to clear land just to build a floor. But if I did that, I'd have it appear inset. Well, not appear, it would actually be inset into the terrain, which would be kind of cool. So it's a little extra work, but I think that's what we're going to do. And we need to go to free placement here so we can get a little bit of rotation. Yeah, I think something like that's happy. Structural supports can help again. Oh, you know what? I used to make something like this by hand. I do see what you're saying. Something like that to give it some structure, or on the underside it would be like that. Yeah, buddy. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to use that. We are definitely going to use that. Yeah, I used to do that. I may have done that here somewhere. It's just too easy. I do miss the fact that I used to be able to hold control and scroll and move blocks in and away from myself. And it appears you can't do that anymore. If there's a mod to fix that, tell you what, I'd be okay with installing that mod. Okay, I see. So this thing, yeah, that speeds up the building process a lot. How big do we need this? Maybe 4 of these? Let's see, it's gonna get big fast, isn't it? Let's grab us some engines. We're gonna need to pipe these in somehow, and we'll have to decide how to pipe them in. Oh, see, here's gonna be the limitation though. If I wanted to do piping coming up out of the floor, structural slabs, platforms wouldn't be the way to go. Interesting. A line of regular blocks. Yep. Yeah, that I could do it along here. I agree. I was just thinking about advantages and limitations of this, and don't get me wrong, I'm all about it right now. I just need to integrate it into my brain for how I'm going to use it. So let's, tell you what, this is probably too big. But it also has to be big enough for O2H2 gens, and we could just do the hydrogen storage above above ground. So let's get tanks for a second. Let's get tanks for a sense of scale. Whoa there, buddy. Try and stay upright. Industrial hydrogen tank. Okay, so the small... We don't have a lab large hydrogen tank, which I guess makes sense. Why would you? That's just the industrial tank. And I always felt like, although this is the cooler looking block, it takes up a lot of room between these. Oh, okay. I'm following that. That's a good idea. Yeah, I was looking at this these bulb tanks here, and I'm thinking, how much do they hold? Because I might almost rather have several of these, even though I'm sure it's worse for PCU. Yeah, it is. But it would look nice, wouldn't it? To just have, like... Well, where's the hydrogen? So our conveyor access is on the bottom with these. Hey, Load Toad. How you doing? I played 3.5 hours of Space Engineers on Triton, building inside a mountain using huge structural 5x5s. Okay. Hey, man, that's awesome. I just found out about them. Random just told me about these. I'm trying to figure out how I want to use them right now. That's awesome. Great game, right? Default small hydrogen tank volume. I'm sure it is, right? Sure it is. So let's do this. Let's do this, and then we're gonna, not that, this. Actually, maybe yes, this. Sounds like you're doing good, Load Toad. Doing the thing. Even have a small amount of storage in them. Really? What, the structural platform? Or the hydrogen tanks? Let's see. You do something like this, and then... Now, you know what? We're going to use the big industrial tank, because I'm not going to do underground piping. I'm going to do it above ground and inside the structure. I think that'll be interesting. Really? 20,000 liters per structural base. Now you've got my interest. Let's go grab our base, buddy. I want to build the primary one that will serve as our kind of anchor point, and have a look at it here. So, do I have steel plate in my base, buddy? Yeah, it helps if you switch to just your ship. Okay. For some reason, probably because of my English, I need to do things from the left to the right. I find it confusing to do it otherwise. Steel plate. Platform connector. Okay, yep. Connector variant. That makes sense. The ones with the connections on them that can carry storage. Okay, so the platform connector has storage. That makes sense. I think we're still going to build this one because it'll be easier for my brain if I can... Because I've never built one before, I need to be able to visualize it. I'm having a little trouble with scale. I know brain cells shake hands. I know I just need a bunch load of... Oh, my. Got a little happy there. A bunch load of light armor blocks to make a floor, usually. But I don't need a bunch of light armor... or, platforms, do I? We're gonna bump, and we bump the ground a little bit. It's okay. We'll dump some of that weight right here. That's good. You know what I might even do is just land the ship right on it. Why not? Last time we talked, Load Toad, you were saying you were preparing to release a big Scum, was it a series or a big video? Has that been released? I haven't been keeping up. It's been a busy week. Nice. Okay. Yeah, we're on to something here. This thing's big. This thing's really big. Okay. So I think... Yeah, let's do... We're just gonna do half blocks for right now, because I'm doing a whole new style of design for right now. Let's do things different. Be a little more conservative with my usage of materials here. Not armor panel conservative, but something like this. So if we bring this right down the line here, a working huge and cheap carrier with these. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Haphazardly, and we're gonna have a ball. That's great, man. That's absolutely great. How's Mrs. Toad doing? Let's see. Now I need to figure out... See, I think this is gonna make some... I know this will make some digging for me, but I think it might be worth it to give that kind of inset feeling. So... haphazardly. If we start digging, just a little... Oh, little lag there. OBS is telling me I've got a lot of dropped frames. Is it looking a little rough, fellas? Let's dig. Kind of feel like I should put some plate into these platforms just to prevent them from exploding with me digging so close. FPS looking good. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that is a cool name. I love how you really live up to the Load Toad name. I mean, that's great, man. It's doing spectacularly. Hey, Toad, how you doing? If I was any better, I'd be Mrs. Toad because she is awesome. That's really sweet. I try and be sweet like that, but I don't know if I'm that sweet. That's another level right there. Making the rest of us look bad. Okay. And peel this back a little bit. I think we're going to end up with some foliage poking through, which could be a bit of a problem. You may need to go underneath here and really dig a little bit deeper than one might think. So far, platform's putting up with us. It hasn't give out yet. I felt like I was gonna blow it up right there. Okay, we've got a corner. Corner is good. Let's just bring that little triangle back some. Come on now. There we go. Yeah, see, that grass poking up there is going to be an issue. So what do? We forget about the momentum when it comes to jumping. Here we go. We go underneath. Mrs. Toad asked me if I'd like to dance with her in the rain. I simply said, "Honey, I will dance with you, but I could melt because I'm so sweet. I believe that's a true story. I 100% believe that. I don't know if I've asked before, is there a story to the genesis of the name Load Toad? I don't know why, but I sort of feel like it has some military connotations. Oh, there it goes. I knew that was going to happen. That's okay, that'll make this easier. Okay, we got our grass trimmed at least. I've never mowed a lawn with a handheld drill before, but there's the first time for anything. Let's get some fuel. And we'll dump off our scrap right here. Is our drill still running? It is. We may need to set the other piston going. This hole's getting large. Excellently large. Okay. Well, that's one platform taken care of. We need to get this guy drilled in as well. Let's find the edge. Yeah, yep, I hear it. It makes a different sound when you're damaging the platform. There are two versions. One, a weapons loading specialist in the Air Force is called a load toad. Number two, I do my very best to help people carry emotional loads that they may be going through. Ah, okay. I gotcha. I see. I love that. Genuine human kindness. Using the internet as a way to spread it. That's what it should all be about, really. Take what blessings we have and share them with people who need them. And those we love, of course. Let's see. Oh, yeah. We're getting somewhere here. I think we're gonna have to let's just cut this guy out and drill. It can be hard work helping people with emotional loads. That's that's something I did when I was younger quite a bit. High school, middle school, high school age. And it wore on me. I didn't have at that time the emotional endurance for it. And I've kind of come back to it now as I've gotten older, especially with the people close to me, but I do it in a different way than I did in high school. I was very much, tell me what bothers you, and I'll experience it with you. And these days I'm a little bit more of, you tell me what bothers you, but I'm not going to experience it with you. I'm going to try and share strength with you, which is, it requires a different kind of emotional intelligence, but it's less taxing, I've found. Also, sometimes the people who you offer help in that way don't appreciate what you're trying to do, which is fair, because strength to someone who's in a weak place can be intimidating. This life is hard enough being alone. My motto has always been, there's nothing we can't do when we do it together. I place that motto at the end of my episodes now. We're into this together. Amen. That's beautiful. That's really, truly beautiful. We all should aspire to help each other like that. And you're absolutely right. It's what we do together that matters. Be careful with how sensitive people are. Something that helps one can hurt the other and even change over time, up to unknowingly. Learning psychology is worth it. Yeah? Yep. Main thing is that we all have the right intentions, and sometimes it can be difficult to see someone else's intentions, but where there's goodwill, goodwill should be shared, even if sometimes we don't understand it. It is a crazy world, and difficult for people to live in it. Sometimes I think, as much as I love the internet and what it brings to us, sometimes I think it's probably as much a negative as it is a positive. It can bring people together, but it can seriously divide us too. People are living a life that we have no idea what they're going through. It costs nothing to be kind. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. Let's get some more steel plate. I think 4x4 ought to do us. Let's see what this looks like. It'll build quick at least. That's nice. And whatever I've done here, I should be able to make it work with that cross in the middle that Random suggested, separating the platforms. Awesome sudden topic. Yeah. Never know what's going to come up. I think we can thank Load Toad for that. Talking about his philosophy in life brought us to a contemplative moment. I always try to see the lighter side of life, which can be a chore at times, but I think it's I think some people would say it's easier to be unkind than to be kind, but I disagree. That may be true for some people, but if you live a life of fulfillment and happiness, kindness is not only a part of that, but a result of it. And in the same way that I don't necessarily fault people who are unkind. It depends on to what degree, of course, but sometimes people are unkind because they're living a life that is lacking fulfillment, lacking love, and whether that's their fault or not, I try not to pass too much judgment on them. I will avoid them if they become toxic, but you can't always blame people for how they see the world. Although it is tempting to do so. Alright, we've got no door, but that's okay. We're kind of applying the same philosophy as the last building. Just build something and see what comes of it. I agree with you. The internet has so much good potential to it, but unfortunately it's the people that can turn it into something absolutely awful. Yeah, that's life. For better or for worse. And whether it's people or just some underlying spirit of existence itself, it's kind of hard to say. There was always going to be good and bad, good and evil. There will be truth and lies. There will be love and hate. To you, life is meant to be fun. You prefer to look at the positivity in the world and turn away from the negative. Your online persona is always positive. You try. Ribbit. That's good. Kindness is what engineers need to weld goodness into the world. There you go. That's got a little poetry to it. Hidden depths over here. Random passerby. It may be a misnomer. We're gonna have to come up with a new name for you. Something that's more like, let's see, a loving. Hold on. Instead of random passerby, loving friend. That could have been your name. Do you dabble with poetry, good sir? Kindness is what engineers need to weld goodness in the world. Let's see. We're getting somewhere now. I've still got about a third of a load, maybe less than that. But let's weld up, actually no. before I put the plate in there, let's think about an entryway. Uh, Power plant. Entryway, we want to go kind of industrial here. You know, I have not been taking advantage of the fact that we're on the Earth Lake, so we don't need to seal these buildings. I could create an entryway that uses hinges and pistons, like a garage door. Of course, I don't need a garage door here, so that's probably not the way to go. But we could do a hangar style. Not been practicing deliberately. I gotcha. Well, that makes it sound like it's probably a natural talent, and that's something to be grateful for, if that's the case. Or maybe not even a natural talent, but more of a predilection. Predisposition. Hangar. Is that not what it's called? Airtight hangar door? Oh, I guess if you spell hangar right, it might show up when you search for it. Silly, silly man. What do we have here? We've got 3 blocks, and it opens by 2s. Which is an example in itself. Got prompted by topic and circumstances in life. If it's a talent, it has to be built. If it is a talent, it had been built. Prepositional phrase. Okay, now we're getting into English, and I'm going to show my ignorance if we're going to do that. If it's a talent, it had been built. So what do you call it? What do you call a virtuoso who plays the violin? Is that not a natural talent? I think skills are built. I think talent's inherent. 1, 2. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut this back one more. We're gonna end up with a very similar asymmetry as what we have with the other one there, the refinery. Okay. Which I'm fine with. We'll do it and see how it looks, and if it's awful, we can try again. What was the movie Final Preposition? Is that the one where they virtuoso predispositions have been set up a while ago? Are we talking about a sort of rebirth kind of thing? Final Preposition. Yeah, I know what Final Preposition was. They just made a new one where a guy gets sucked into an MRI machine, right? Some closer to his talent being noticed, some really far long ago. I gotcha. Well, I don't know where I stand with all that, and I'm not opposed to the idea of it, but whatever the case may be, some people are good at things, and some people are good at other things. Everybody's got something. Everybody's got something they're good at. Some people are good at crime, and some people are good at love. And there's probably some overlap in those two categories. Final Destination. Well, destinations, prepositions, it's relationship to something, regardless. You had to learn to play, okay? Well, I suppose so. Some people learn really fast, don't they? Friends getting together, play some music and inspiring him. Oh yeah. Well, that's kind of the chicken or the egg. It's kind of the nature versus nurture, right? You're kind of getting into that territory of the inspiration. Is the inspiration to play music as integral to the music as the instrument itself, and the talent that manipulates the instrument to create the music? That's a good question. Without the inspiration, it wouldn't exist, but could a person have inspiration and no talent? That would be a question. definitely would be a question. Could a person have inspiration and no talent? I mean, we're probably looking at something sort of like that here, where I have some inspiration and not so much talent. Okay. My leg's trying to cramp up on me. Let's find a connector. We need some more steel plate. And once I get connected, I might stand up and just stretch out a little bit for the sake of longevity here. Usually I can relax a cramp through some mental effort, but this one's trying to run away with me. Let's just stretch that leg out some. I spent all morning climbing in and out of a basket on the front end of a tractor, going up in the trees and trimming branches, and then pulling the wood and sticks down into the forest here. And I think it's wearing on me some. I don't know why my right leg more than my left one, but I'm sure there's an explanation. Okay. Stretch it out. Read some stories of pilots who like their job. They both wanted to and got pushed to the direction of becoming a pilot. Cool dad, lots of effort, very inspirational stories. Technical books lying around, sure. You could have inspiration to create a picture of the Thing, Ben Grimm, fighting Robert Bruce Banner, aka the Hulk, but only draw stick figures. Yeah, exactly. That's a fairly good description of most of my attempts at drawing. They end up with stick figures. I'll try and draw a stick figure that's got some width to it, and I end up with rectangles. I just can't draw, well, anything. I was going to say people, but that's just one of those skills I never built. Talents I never had. Okay. Steel plate. Load up. Whoa. Easy there, Mayhem. Try not to crash before we can even take off. Stories of pilots. You know, that's interesting. I've never come across any stories of pilots that I can think of. But I could believe they'd be inspirational. It's a heck of a job. I've never been comfortable in the air. Couldn't imagine flying airplanes for a living. That would definitely require some natural motivation, or maybe not natural, deep motivation, I would say. Pitch back a little bit and try and save myself. I went down too fast. It could have ended badly. Easy to lose altitude, hard to gain it. Let's get rid of some of the weight here. Come on, steel. Let's make us a building. Definitely going to end up with another rectangle. But I've got an idea for this rectangle that could be helpful here. I think I'm going to make an office building for this one as well. But instead of integrating it into the internal space, I'm going to create a sort of addition. And that will serve as the office and add some shape to the building, which will be good. And our off-center entrance, which is becoming a hallmark of this playthrough. First one's intentional, this one is not intentional. Hangar doors, of course, will require sensors to function, because there's no way to interact with the whole door like within the world unless I set up a button, which I could do, but I'll set up sensors. we're gonna need a way to input cargo here, so that when we come in with our flying machine, we can unload the ice. This will be interesting. We've got a little design challenge here. That could be another opportunity to create shape. Certainly could be. Let's set up a, oh, I don't know, some kind of connector that's got more than just squareness to it. I don't know how to do it. Maybe on the roof, create a landing pad. That's a good idea. Yeah, that'll do. So now, oh no, mistakes have been made. 1, 2, 3. I don't think I've ever tried this. What happens if I close this door? I knew something looked wrong there, but let's give this thing a shot. I'm curious. We do this and this. Will these two doors fight each other, or will they just create a different sized opening? I can't understand what I'm looking at. Oh, no, I counted right. We're using the platforms. So I was deceived? Hold on a second. The door itself is offset. What's happening here? We got 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks. So I actually built it the right size. Huh. They're 3 blocks each. Yeah, for some reason, the block textures don't look right. That's all it is. The block textures tricked me. I miscounted. Well, good. That's better than what I was expecting. That's good. 8 motors and 2 computers. Make them close from the top. Oh, you know? Oh. That's an idea so good, it might be worth undoing this. So then I could center this up. Just do 3. Do 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. And that'll be more door than I need anyway, right? Far more door than I need. Okay. Yep. I'm not one to pass up a good idea. We got plenty of building components. Wow. That one got some momentum. I should eat, probably. And scrap can go here. 5 or 7. Well, I'm gonna make the door just 3. I'm gonna actually center this one up, so it'll be this block here, and then the ones to the left and right of it. Said I kind of wanted this one to have a centered entrance. The base you're building the mountain has multiple rooms. One has 3 structural bases, and the walls and ceilings are blank structural platforms that connect. They're all connected throughout the base. Oh, that's cool. I can't remember if you said, are you doing that for a video series, or is that just personal enjoyment? Oh, I should get some hydrogen. We're about to run out. Yeah, that's better. Now we can keep flying. I definitely have too much junk on me. I should lighten the load here a little bit. Get rid of the scrap, but we can also put this stuff in here. And that is pretty big. Yeah, this is going to be a cool little building because it's going to give us... We're going to have hydrogen generators in here. We're going to have engines in here. And hydrogen storage. Although, I may not have enough room for all that, in which case it'll be an even more interesting building because it'll be multiple buildings. It'll be like a compound within a compound sort of deal. I'll be real happy. Once this is built, I can tear this whole thing down. This whole ugly starter thing. You play SE just to relax. Yeah. Yeah, you use it for breathing in and out unless your helmet opens in space. That's what I had thought you said. I guess a part of me was hoping maybe there would be some video at some point just so we could all see what you've done. But I understand I've got plenty of hours in Minecraft and all kinds of games where it's just about the relaxation and enjoyment. And there's nothing wrong with that, especially if you produce content consistently. You need an outlet. You need a game that you can play just because you want to play it, and it's not for work, it's not for entertainment. Let's see here. That's better. Once again, random passerby hitting me up with the great ideas. Come on. I can rotate a block, can't I? Yeah. That's better. It's not even outside the box thinking. I should be capable of it. It's just regular thinking. But some people are better at thinking than others. In my time of need, I will turn to random. What do we have? 425 plate. Probably not going to cut it. Probably not going to cut it. Yeah, I had thought that's what you said, Load Toad. I had thought so. You thought about recording it, but like your eldest sister once told me, she was a master baker in our home. Once you make it a job, it loses the joy it used to provide. You never forgot that. Yeah, man, I totally get it. 100%. Although I've found that streaming for me helps me to focus on what I'm doing, and in a certain sense increases my pleasure in the activity because I'm focused, which I wouldn't have thought. And to be fair, the first few times I really started streaming, the first, I don't know, probably 40 hours it was work, a lot of work, and still I'm a certain kind of tired when I'm done making content. Not exhausted, just a certain kind of tired. But it's not as tiresome as initially it was, where, my goodness, building the I need to talk muscle, you'd think it would come naturally to a yapper like me, but it took a little bit of work. Rotate the box thinking. That's pretty good. Steel plate. And off we go. Yeah, I think I might need like an outbuilding for the hydrogen tank, or maybe even instead of an outbuilding, just the hydrogen tank is outside the facility somewhere. Maybe on a platform. Maybe on a platform. Your brain is wired slightly different. As soon as you have to talk during an episode, you forget your name, what colors are, and is the sky really blue? Yeah. But I've realized this too, because sometimes I'll go back and watch a stream sort of in the background when I'm doing house chores right after I've finished it, just to learn something about myself and sort of watch the game day tapes, let's say. And when I'm in that relaxed mode, just sort of watching it passively, I think, oh, there was a perfect joke right here. How did I miss this moment? Or obviously, I should have commented X, Y, and Z in reply to that. And it's funny when I'm flying a ship, building a building, and chatting with people all at the same time. It's almost like my brain capacity becomes divided. Nothing wrong with that. We're all doing our best. And I'm sure you've gotten better about it over time, right, Load Toad? The more hours you spend making the content, the less of those mistakes there are. I mean, they never go away. We are all human here. Well, you're a toad, but human-ish. That's why it helps to have a good audience. People who are in your corner and, first of all, will forgive little mistakes, but secondly, provide that support, like you're saying. Oh, I don't have any power over here yet. Fun. I'm not gonna have any power either. Not right away, because I don't know... Well, I could figure that out. I could figure out where I want the power to come in. We could do that next. Reservoir brains. The speech muscle thing is spot on. Yeah? Reservoir brains. So... Alright, when you say reservoir brains, do you mean there's... Oh, goodness, I'm being attacked. Do you mean there's a certain capacity that we have? Drivers learn to drive and talk. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, learning is a high mental focus activity. And so when you're learning to do something, the amount of your brain that you can that's funny, it's happening right now. The amount of your brain that you can requisition for other things is limited. You know, you can't divide attention when you're trying to learn, or you will not learn. And when you're doing an activity that requires high levels of focus to be safe, that desire to learn is natural and will override your other capacities. Reservoir brain as in plenty smaller, simpler parts. Each one learns a tiny thing. They get together into more complex stuff. A gestalt. Yeah, I like that. I'd say that's spot on. Okay, we've got a little something happening here. Let's just do this to even things up a little bit. But a reservoir of these, hence reservoir brain. Yeah, well, I like that a lot. That's kind of the idea of a Renaissance man, right? Would be someone who spends time deepening his reservoir and diversifying the smaller, simpler parts of his brain. Interconnected timer blocks. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's kind of like there's a little man in the pilot seat, and he can set one thing in motion, and if that thing, let's say a train of thought, is well-traveled, it's a well-traveled path in your brain, he can focus on something else while that automatically follows its known path. But if you're trying to build new paths in your brain, little man can't go off and also fly the ship in the video game at the same time that the speech pattern is happening. bit simplified. Yeah, definitely a bit simplified, but my goodness, how long do you have to make a topic like this not simplified? That would take hours. Let's drop some real blocks in here. I don't think I want tanks yet. I do need a generator. We're definitely going to go lab, right? Recently found. I have, let's see, I have in the past conceptualized a human's intellectual capacity as a dream catcher or a net traveling through information space, and the more, let's see, there's speed. The faster the net travels through space, the faster it can change ideas, and then the broader the net, the more ideas it can recognize in a given moment, and then the denser the net, the more detail each of those ideas is conceived with, or um, not conceived, but what do you call it? Perceived. Perceived. Go lab. Absolutely. Let's go lab. Let's think here. I want an array. I want room to walk. I think 4 gets us somewhere. I think that's about how many I have already. And it's been sufficient. There's 3. So 4 might be an upgrade. Because I don't think there's any underground. So 4 is an upgrade. That works for me. Ship publishing is going. You'll notify. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. That's great. Alright. There's our generators. How many engines do we want? I think I have 4 right now. I've got 1, 2, 3, and they kick on too. How about that? 4. Okay, so 4 generators should be fine. Your brain operates like a baseball pitcher and a batter. If you can just hit the ball traveling at 90 miles per hour, you've got a great idea. On the other hand, yeah, yep, that's a good way to think of it. They didn't give us a new engine block, did they? Not that there's anything wrong with this one, but it would be fairly cool to have a new engine block. Alright, let's see. We're kind of going for industrial... I mean, there's a chance that this didn't really need walls or a ceiling. We're going to do that. I'm not backing down from it. But I could have done an open air, like a substation, like a power substation. Scientific hydrogen engine? Sci-fi? Oh. I wonder if I maybe don't have the DLC for that. Yeah, I don't. Core systems. I'll say, maybe I should get that. Is it cool looking? I can't really tell from the thumbnail here. Something something has sliding panels on it. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, it might be worth looking into here. Let's see. You know what I could do right now is build a little piston hinge apparatus. I know, I'm a cheap ass. It's really cool. I should probably just get the... If I do this... Okay, so if I shift tab and open up my my Steam in-game overlay, it doesn't show up. So we're just gonna... Maybe for next time I'll have that. What do we think? Should I do... I think what I'm going to do is set up my power input. So let's swing this a little bit more, because I know that I want this coming in on the side of the building. I think I want it like over here. And then it'll come in to the side somewhere. And I'm going to put a cargo terminal up here. We'll have to go back and tear out these cargo terminals when I'm through. They're just temporary. He said cheap ass. It sure did. I really am. I'm tight with money. Very tight with it, but you know, a game like this that I genuinely love and have loved for a long time and play a lot of, I'm happy to put a little extra into it over time. That build vision to be vanilla. Yeah, I know, it really should be. It really, really should be. It makes such a big difference to gameplay. It just makes it so much more enjoyable. Truly. What do we have here? That little drop crate was... I turned it on by accident at the beginning of this playthrough, but I don't mind it. I thought I might not like it at first, but it's kind of nice. Makes it easier, in a sense. Whoa, no, I don't want to respawn. Do you play console random? I guess not. You're probably on a computer right now, huh? That's a silly question. Alright, let's unload some. And then we gotta cut all this out. One thing that would be nice with the Aw Scrap mod is if the scrap itself took up a whole lot less room. Like 1/10 or less. You like the boxes? Don't didn't at first, but after the first day I was a fan. Yeah. Um, I there's something cool about when you break a container and you've got like a big chunk of stone that comes out. That can be fun, but the boxes they're handy. Never had any consoles. Oh, a purist. Okay. I respect that. I respect that wholly. I've had some consoles, but once I started PC gaming, I never really looked back. It is just better. And anyone can disagree with that, but it is just better. You can, if you really like the controller, use one. I've got one hooked up to my computer. I had one hooked up to my computer. I think it's on my wife's Xbox right now. You forgot about one. PSP, it still works. Oh, okay. Well, is that console gaming? That's handheld. It's a little different. And it's pretty cool that it still works. Let's see here. We want to raise you up. I should probably unlock it first. I got a Steam Deck for Christmas this year, and I really like it. I don't think I'd play Space Engineers on it, but for Farming Simulator and Fallout 4, which is all I've really played on it, great, excellent little handy dandy tool. It exists in the background so much you forget about it. Technically, it's a console. I mean, in a sense. In a sense, but you can bring the PSP in your pocket. You can't bring a computer in your pocket. So there's enough of a difference there that I wouldn't consider it a deviation. I think you could still call yourself a purist and an enthusiast. Um, Landing gear is what we want here. Helps if you click the thing. And before I do that, let's bring this to the ground. So we want to set our hinge lower limit to 0. Okay, so 0.8 degrees. You started out with the Atari game console, ColecoVision, Nintendo, Sega, PlayStation 1 and 2. Then you got your first PC and never looked back. Yeah. When I had an Xbox One for a long time and I played Grand Theft Auto 5 online. And the reason I did that was because my brother and my good friend at the time had Xboxes, so we could play together, and they didn't have gaming PCs. Um, but since I've gotten Grand Theft Auto on the PC, and it's great. You can run mods. My first and major line of defense for PC gaming is the availability of mods. Just being able to change gameplay with community generated content. Nice. That's that's a major benefit. Control panel, I think, is what this thing's called. And we're gonna upright you because I can't stand for things to be upside down if I can help it. Huh, I came all the way back here. I built myself a cargo terminal right here and then forgot about it. Forget about it. Okay. So, control. Oh, hey there, buddy. Control yourself. This is convert to station. I always hesitate, even knowing that the landing gear has me locked down and safe and secure. I still hesitate every time. Ooh, this one's tricky. There it is. We got it. We're in the ground. Bingo. Alright, so I've got a question, my friends. Since you're watching me on YouTube right now, I've been watching a lot of Good Mythical Morning lately. Have either of you heard of that before or watched it at all? I mean, it's one of the biggest shows on YouTube, I think. And I find those guys really entertaining. Okay. Yeah, we're good there. We're good there. Dampers on. Plenty of steel plate loaded up. I love that the landing gear locks before it's ever built. What a time saver. And obviously it's that way so that you can use the landing gear as a jumping off point when you're building a ship. Right? That's why they made it that way. But for something like this, so darn handy. Very great little feature there. Okay. I'm happy with that. That little pole design. I know it's simple, but simple is good. You know what I should have been doing? Good Mythical Morning. Yeah, I mean, they're kind of like a variety show, but it's something closer to broadcast television with the production quality. Has anyone ever put up a bunch of machinery around your base and forgot that you also had two rovers, a flyer, and 17 other items that do this with the same name? Such a bad habit. Oh yeah. Naming in this game it's so important, and it's one of those things that's so easy to overlook. Antenna, base battery, cockpit. I have to clean this up someday. And a lot of this stuff can just be hidden, but yeah, naming. If you can buckle down and focus on your naming and keep things straight, you're a superhero and you will have a very easy time in this game. Naming is very important. All right. we're going to... Are we going to do this right now? Or do I need a ceiling roof first? Which grid has my defenses? Yeah. Yep. Especially in a combat scenario. Your stepson turned us on to Good Mythical Morning. You don't watch it nearly enough. Well, listen, if you're looking for something that lasts forever, my goodness, they've got how many? 12, 13 years of content? It's like 26 seasons, 2 seasons a year. Yeah. There's almost too much. It can be daunting. Daunting like the task ahead of me here. I need to... Well, I need to decide something first. I have attachment point here on the side of the building and an attachment point here on the side of the building. Do I keep the side of the building attachment point alive? Is that a convention? Or is it optional? Yes. These are the questions philosophers will contemplate. Let's see. I think we call that a convention. A standard. Yeah, they're crazy, man. Well, it's what they do, right? They've got a whole what's the word I'm looking for? A whole studio. It's a production company. Really, really impressive what they've done. Convention, yeah. I think we're gonna stick with it. Well, everybody's at the family picnic here. That's all this is. It's a family picnic we go to in virtual world instead of in the real world, which means less mosquito bites. And less Aunt Susie running her fingers through our hair, which is always weird and uncomfortable. Okay. This is good. I like the way this goes into the land here. That's what I wanted it to do. And I'm happy with that. It makes it feel more integrated with the terrain. But, I mean, it is, right? And I think... Oh, I got rid of the... I forgot what it's called. Platform? Yep. Beams. I think a 3x3 will do here. What is this structural frame for? Is it... Yeah, okay. I see. It's like a third of a truss, basically. Honestly, you never received a mosquito bite while playing Space Engineers. We won't talk about spiders, though. Oh, bro. Spiders are scary. Unreasonably scary. I know most of this is in the terrain here, but still kind of like it. It's got detail. Do we bring this... We bring this right out here, don't we? Could also plan on a porch-like platform. We're going to do that. What's the reason for it to exist? Right? It can't just be a porch-like platform for no reason. Porch feels very home, and this is very industrial. No, we're not going to do a porch-like platform. We're going to set that back a little bit. Oop. And we're going to weld it up. Crouched. Incredible detail with the nuts and bolts securing it. Yeah, I absolutely agree. This is a really good block. I heard in Space Engineers 2, they're going to make everything one grid, and then the different sizes of blocks just integrate with each other. So the engineer will have the ability to define details to a great degree. I'm very excited about that. That may be the best thing they're going to do. All right, we also have all of this stuff right here, all of our equipment. So we probably want to create a little bit more support right here and right here. No chance I've got enough steel plate. I already knew that. Just get all the steel plate for this. We'll put it to use. I've got to get power to this building so I can open the door. Nice. That's good. Now, if anyone ever checks, they'll see that this does in fact meet building code. We should probably add the fourth one right in the corner here, even if it's a little bit gratuitous. I'm so gonna get stuck. 100%. I'm gonna get stuck and have to respawn out of here. No? Oh, I didn't. Hey! Yeah, you can tell. Worth it. The entire game is one gigantic block, and the player has to hack it away like a sculptor. True story. That would be simultaneously the best and worst game ever. It kind of sounds like Minecraft, if Minecraft was just all stone. We could make that game and call it Michelangelo. Blocks, not even voxels, just straight up blocks. Okay. Good progress, very good progress. We need to decide how tall. Where's my tanks? Just a huge block. And all you get is a grinder. Just a grinder, nothing else. Huh. This block it'll just set anywhere, huh? Interesting. Kind of like the idea of the grass poking up in and around it. We should probably do the thing where it sets some distance away from the building. Do I want a local grid align it? Yeah, I kind of do. But not because that's the right thing to do. Rather because that's what I know to do. Let's do this. Okay, so if that's all the way over here, we don't have to worry about it when defining the height of our structure. The height of the structure needs to be defined by the player within it, and I think... What else do I need? I need storage. Okay, so if we went a little bit higher, we could do a mezzanine and put cargo containers in that mezzanine. I also need piping that runs up over the roof. Not over the roof. Actually, maybe over the roof. I've got a kind of crazy idea here. Crazy because I always build stuff as if it's sealed. As if it needs to be sealed. But we don't need to seal anything here on the Earth-like. So if we did... I hope this is a good idea. We did something like this, and let's say we want the roof to be 1 block higher than the doors, so it'd be... Bingo, is the roof. We could do half blocks, too. There's really no reason it has to be full armor blocks. But let's start with this. think I like this idea. Obviously, so what I'm thinking is we just run these pipes, boom, right up here, right up the roof, and then, where's my elbow? And then along the roof, and over to the engine. Um, it allows weather in, so if it were raining, the rain could come in down around the pipe. Huh. I think I'm going to try it and see how it looks. I think it's going to look a little bit goofy, but we're also in a place where goofy can be okay, and it's going to have some benefits. So, yeah, let's get some more conveyor parts. Conveyor parts, meaning interior plate. Hop on out for the day. Absolutely love chatting with you. Hope you have a fantastic day. Remember, there's nothing we can't do when we do it together. Ribbit, baby. Thanks for hanging out, Load Toad. I look forward to seeing you next time. Have a good week. Really appreciate you hanging out with us. Let's get, good people. I can't believe... I don't know if you know, Random, but back when I was streaming Scum, Load Toad and I encountered each other probably through Phil Trainer. But that's not so much important. The thing that matters is it's been years, and Load Toad saw me streaming and jumped right in. He's really, really good people. I will forever appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely awesome visit. We got a little philosophical there for a minute, didn't we? I'm debating it might be time to build all of this internally here. Alt delete. Alt F10. Keep those sunrise vibes. I think it is. Let's try something. Community generating person. Well, I hope so. I really hope so. I've been blessed to encounter community generating people who have supported me, and although I'm in and out with the streaming thing, I would hope someday I could really put some proper effort into it and make something of it, because it's a fun feeling to get online, play video games, and do it with people who you both know and enjoy. We're gonna bring the connector to us. What is this? Oh, heat vent. I got you. I remember my parents telling me that video games were, what would they have said? Antisocial. Antisocial. Look at us now. I've made mistakes. Mistakes have been made. My order of operations was improper. Let's clear you out as well. Try that again. Make a connector right here. Now we do this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I gotta count them out. Very much in support of it. Well, thank you. I'm gonna give it my best for right now, and you know, just that's all we can do, right? Put in the effort we have available to us. Ooh, dampers on. I definitely think, well, let's see. I definitely think we might do a little bit of ship building here, because I'd like to go explore some, check on this whole economy gig. And even though this is going to be an unfinished project, someday I will finish it because it's important to me. So it wouldn't hurt to build a little, maybe a little hydrogen ship that doesn't have anything to it. Just something simple that's fast and um, long-lasting. Yeah, get a little exploration going on. I'll need some defenses probably too, won't I? I think the worlds are more hostile than they used to be. Okay. Let's see if this will work. Sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. Just kind of move things back to where they belong. And then now if we select on our components and withdraw, did that work? Definitely worth building a ship. Yeah, I'm gonna get the guts of this building built because we're doing it right now, and then I'll call that good enough. I mean, we could probably even use this ship to get some pretty decent exploring done if I let it set and charge to full. Let you finish publishing. You may add another version of it, which is less ready but more straightforward. Okay. Yeah. Why, do you have a ship that might be good for what I'm trying to do here? Because if so, I'll build it. I'll print that sucker. We could set up a printing array really quickly here. I don't think it would take me 20 minutes to get a good printer going. Come on, please work, please work. Why are you not working? What went wrong here? Did I only select one of yous? Even though I counted. Ah, the system is janky. It'd be nice if it worked perfectly. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we're out of weight. Interesting. How odd. I wonder what I did wrong. There must have been some order of operations. Large grid, solo, comfortable. Okay. Yeah, let me know. I'll just keep doing this until you've got your thing ready. And actually, I'll do this and then build the welder array. Build just a quick and dirty temporary printer. Nice. Look at this. There's bits and bobs. I must have done something weird. Cargo. No. Silo. Cargo. What we want. You might even like the first one published, already editing the description. Gotcha. Components withdrawn. Let's see if it actually worked this time. My faith is low. I guess unless something... No. I don't understand why it wouldn't work, but hey. I didn't build and design an entire game, so I'm not going to say anything about it. This is already more than I could have done. There we go. It worked this time, didn't it? Let's go. O2H2 generators built. And just a little bit of magma left over here in the inventory. Maybe it was my mistake. Maybe I had the wrong stuff selected. There. Let's see, if we're gonna do a welder array, let's just put this on pause for right now. Let's just put this on pause. Best place to do it's probably right by the silo. Again, we're just gonna do something temporary that gets the job done. So let's fuel up. And maybe grab the timer block here. Let's just trigger that. Let it do its thing for a minute. I hear you, wolf. Speaking of which, let's eat. And then steel plate. Oh yeah, I can't get stuff here. Steel plate. What's happening? Oh my goodness. I know what's happening. I know what's happening. Easy fix. Watch this. Just bypass the whole sorting system. Let it do what it wants to do. And in the meantime, silo cargo. I shouldn't need too many of those. I may need a few of these. Did I not get my hydrogen bottles back? And I flew all the way over here? Kind of psychopathic behavior was that? Yeah, the fuel's low. I never grabbed my bottles. What was I thinking? Of course it's critical. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Everybody's okay here. Everybody's okay. Let's see. We want to do... I need a merge block. We might just do it right over here. Yeah, let's do it over here. And before I start cutting stuff, let's see here. Turn the lights on. Let's drop some conveyor. Bingo, bingo. That gives me a market. Steam is analyzing it. Okay. Yeah, buddy. It's in. Cool. I'm getting my welder array printing setup going right now. Long mission utility cruiser pre-production 2 DLC. Let's see here. See if I can find it real quick. I'm just gonna go still while I'm browsing through Steam for a moment. Steam Workshop's what we want. And we're looking for search long mission utility cruiser pre-production 2. You said pre-production 2. Oh, this is interesting. Does this have wheels on it? Oh no, ion thrusters? I ain't got no platinum. Notify if missing. Let's subscribe to this. It has ion thrust. Well, I'll build as much of them as I can. But there will be some missing. That is a good looking ship, though, I gotta say. Really good looking ship. I like the shape of it. What are the... There's actual robot arms. Okay. See, I was just about to ask, what are the wheels for? It looks like it's got arms. This is cool. I'm subscribed to it. I should be able to access it in game now, right? Be able to... Yep, I've got it in game. So let's build us We're just gonna come out here. One more. How big is this thing? It's pretty big, right? Get the cheaper one handless. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna need, yeah, I saw it had the hydro. It'll be fine without them. Gonna need pistons. I could do a static print. Let me grab a projector here. That'd be the thing to do, is just throw it on a projector to get the scale of it. And we'll plan for the one that doesn't have arms. Right, left. So that's how we want it. And we'll open this up here. Build planner, good. All components withdrawn. Yeah, we'll find platinum later. That's for sure. Okay. Now, did I dock my ship? I think I did. La-di-da-di-da. I need a base antenna. That is something I should do here soon. On. Enable broadcasting. Got a 1,000-meter radius. Oh, my leg tried to cramp up on me. Let's go 5,000. And we'll turn on our... Yeah, antenna's working. So I should be able to shift K. Huh? Cannot establish a connection to the grid. The projector itself fits on the onboard projector. I gotcha. So I need to move it off the wall a little bit. That's normally I print off a merge block, but of course that's how I set up my prints. Doesn't mean yours is gonna have a merge block. I gotcha. I can fix that. Okay. Antenna. Oh, does this ship not have an antenna? I thought it did. It does. I know what. I know what. I just called it the base bud. That's what I called this. Enable broadcasting, turn it on. Now we should be able to do the thing we want to do. Meant for respawn pod evolution. I gotcha. Yeah, I haven't done a whole lot of printing in a while, so I was thinking of it a certain way, but this is no problem. This will just... We'll just run it out here. Well, hold on. This doesn't change anything. I still need to load it into the projector to get a sense of scale. That's all. And I guess I'm too far away is probably the problem here. But doesn't the projector have a terminal on it? It's probably against the wall. We're gonna do it like this. We're going old school here. Projector. Blueprints. A handy construction ship for long solo missions. Mechanical functions complete. Terminal and control setup ongoing. Survival ready, multiplayer compatible, yet to be deployed on official Keen servers. It has convenient construction pathway from a respawn space pod. I see, okay. life support, complete resource system, and functions of several ships packaged conveniently into one. Its main feature is two large manipulators for tugging, for holding, connecting, using instruments, or for standing on. Ship hands. Central seat control row number 2 is left and right arm controls. Ship is rated for planetary landings. It is jump capable. Half full might be too much. Gotcha. Ship is also unarmed, prone to snap in half if hydrogen tanks are full when hit. To be complete. Gotcha. Maybe need to post the shoulder pads and arms. I was thinking that. But if well, it probably works the way it is as a sort of armless version. Anyway, this is the light version, right? Okay. Forward offset. It's so nice that the projector block is now easy to orient. Well, I could build it like this, can't I? It's got an onboard projector, so I could definitely build it like this. I'm gonna need to fill the hydrogen. It's gonna need a lot of hydrogen. Ooh, this is gonna be a project. Okay. Yeah, the core is already a working ship. So you were talking about pasting a light version, but or not pasting, posting a light version, but this is basically the light version, right? Or or am I mistaken? I'm okay with being mistaken. I have been many times. Armor it up and it works nice. Okay, this is really cool. I want to build this right now. I wish I had the platinum for the ion thrusters. They look really good in there. I bet that makes it very efficient on a long journey, too. Is this a battery? It is. So I can connect to that, and then I won't have any incomplete blocks. Vertical offset. Horizontal offset. There we go. Is this but half refineries? Okay. Gotcha. Probably less weight that way. It's an investment for sure, but it's badass. I mean, this is a well, it's like you said, it's a do anything vehicle, right? Okay. I need to conceptualize how I'm going to build this. I was thinking about doing it from underneath. I still might. I'm going to need probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, probably 20 welders. I need to get hydrogen. This is exciting. I'm being chased by a wolf right now. He's run right past me. Surely. Oh, okay. I thought for a second he ran into the pit. That would have been hilarious. Add gear. Okay, yeah. I can do that. I can definitely do that. Let's get some hydrogen. I need pistons and welders. I think that's really all I need. I could probably do it cheaper with hinges, but I'm not worried about cheap. So we're just gonna do this. We're gonna cut this guy out of here. Or do I drop a connector on top of it? What's the problem with cutting it out of here? I can replace it. Is it named? It's not even named. Cut it out. Cut it out.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Nice. I can even reach in here. Let's do silo cargo. And silo cargo, whatever. It's just going to process that anyway. Oh, we had a whole bunch. That's inconvenient. Little by little. Let's just put this in there too. Make as much space as we reasonably can. Wonder if your images of it are visible. You shared them in Steam. Let me refresh the page here. I've got the one. I don't see any more than one. Um, Boy, I'm tempted to just... If I grind this thing, does its contents disappear? All it is some iron and computers. All it is some iron. And gravel. You can't put gravel back in there. You can't put anything back in that container. It's an infinitely shrinking container. Screenshot should be visible in profile. I gotcha. Oh, we've gone to Google. Oh my goodness, is this? Oh, I see. Okay. Wow, that's cool. Look at these landing gear. Use a collector against this container. Yeah, I mean, if I could, I would, but it's just iron. I'm gonna get rid of it. I know it's wasteful, but also how much time are we gonna spend on that? So, okay, now let's get our plates back and bring this thing up here. Yeah, it just goes away. It's okay. We've got infinite iron. Easily infinite iron. And we're gonna take you right down the side here. I guess it would have been easier to just do this off of a lower container, but that's alright. We're not in this for easy. Okay, I gotta think for a second about this. I don't want the pistons to change height. I want the welder array to be the size of the ship, and then the pistons will just expand outward. So... we need this to be a little bit farther back. That's all. There's a docking port on the ship's chin for the economy stuff. So you can hook up to an economy base. Something like this should work. And then we go down. Okay. And now I need... how do I do this? My brain is breaking. I need pistons that push out this way. Alright, let's just put some pistons on here, and if it's wrong, I'll fix it. We're going to clean this inventory for a minute. Just a docking port, general purpose. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Pistons. Welders. And let's do conveyors. So if we go piston here, how many of these do I need? Horizontal print, yeah. There's probably, I could do it differently. I'm gonna have to bring, see, I'll need the connector to fuel up the hydrogen too. This is too low. Maybe not. That can be fixed. One more of these. And then I need an under piston. Should I have done a vertical piston to avoid a bunch of junk? Yes. Is it too late? No, let's just do that right now. Checking required piston length. Slick. Let's do this. This will be easier. And then I can decide what height I want my pistons at. Turn that to the side. And pistons this way. One. Quit with the auto rotation. What's up with that? It's turned off. 2, 3. I think 5 will do it. Or 5. Somehow I've ended up at the same height anyway. What a dork. What a dork. Let's try that one more time. 8 pistons. Okay. Alright. Now we're getting somewhere. 8 pistons. One. 2. 3. 4. Come on, I can do this. 5. 6. 7. Get out of it. I'm in the piston. 8. And then what we're going to do is let's do another piston here. Yeah, it's going to be more than I need, but 4 including their own length. Yeah, it's going to be more than I need, but you know what? It's going to work because what we're going to do is throw this guy on here. And then let's maintain, even as a temporary structure, it shouldn't be awfully ugly. Ooh, hydrogen. Eat. The engineer's dilemma. Get so absorbed in your work, you forget to eat. Four. There we go. Now this will get us somewhere. That's a lot of welding. So let's get our little base bud to help. How many was that? It was 4 and 8 and 2. That's 14. 2. That'll get us 20. 20 if it works. That will get us 20 if it works. Okay, my build planner is the way I want it. I should be able to access the silo, cargo. Let's click on this inventory, and then base bud is empty. So now if I hold control and click, that's a lot of inventory. Let's see if we can... Ooh, this might be risky. Nope, we're good. Some of that stuff's less dense than steel plate. So we are good. We're going to build us some pistons and then some conveyor tubes. And then, after that, we'll build the welders. Nice. Oh, I didn't get piston parts. I didn't account for the piston parts. That's okay. We'll be a little light on inventory here. But we can always go back and get some more. Easy fix. Easy fix. This is rock and roll. Beautiful. When am I going to run out of components here? I should any second, right? So I built all these piston parts. There we go. I knew it was coming. Wealthy mindset. Yeah, buddy. We've got plenty. We're going to make it work. Okay, we need 3 more pistons. Interesting. What gets left over? One, 2, 3. It's just large steel tubes. I can't reach that, can I? How many large steel tubes can I carry? I don't think I can carry enough to really... See, if this was easier to access... And I got rid of this one. Okay. Let's just continue with the original plan. I think I need 30 large steel tubes. And that's all. Come on. Give me some dock. Nice. Alright, let's do something here. If all I need is 28 large steel tubes, I can do that by hand. And then conveyor pipe. I need conveyor. Okay. Here's our little ship. And here's the silo cargo where we want the stuff to go. All this can go in there. And base bud cargo, we want 28 of those. And we'll grab just a bunch of stuff. Shared extra screenshots in the profile. Materials and components made from them for the core. Oh yeah. I liked seeing it before it was colorized. That's neat. The early iterations. Very cool. Now I'm looking at a mining ship that's also very cool. I can't believe you build in large grid. I just always struggle with that. I don't know why. I've built that one large grid ship that I showed off, and I've never successfully built another one. It's so cool. So cool. Mad respect. Alright, let's see. This should do us, right? If my calculations are correct. Ooh, we're way later than I would have expected here. Seems like I have more stuff on board than I should, considering the weight. No thanks necessary, man. Just saying what's on my mind. The best kind of compliment. Spontaneous and honest one. Helpful ideas for a large grid build. Hit me. I always love advice. One of my rules in life is, well, first of all, don't be prideful. And because someday you'll meet somebody who's good at something, and if you listen to them, you might learn. I'm always willing to learn from someone who's good at what they do. And clearly, you've got some skill when it comes to building. Ships, for sure. I think it's important for a ship not just to do good, but to look good. And that's why I'm not super confident in my ships usually, because I build them for function first, and I think that limits them rather significantly. Alright, let's park this guy so it can stay charged. Although, it could idle around for like 2 hours right now. But we have used up most of the stuff we would need for a conveyor. Abstract. Ships are systems. For example, this one is 2 thruster systems, hydro and ion put together. Okay, I see what you're saying. Kind of like what I'm doing with my base here. Right, I've got my refinery system, my energy system. Yeah, I always build bricks. I always build bricks. Silo cargo. And I think I figured out what I was doing wrong in the past. Okay. How long can you hover right now? At 63,000 kilograms, you're telling me 1 hour? Guess what? You're gonna hang out here just nearby enough to help me out with what I need to do. Okay. So let's drop this array right down into the middle of the ship. Velocity. I think I'm going to use this whole piston. Well, I'm definitely going to be doing some shipbuilding in this playthrough, and if you're around while I'm doing it, I will welcome any advice when that time comes. I wonder, I don't think I'm going to have enough cobalt for what's required here, to tell you the truth, and that's okay. I can get more. That's just an excuse to maybe build a little mining ship, or to utilize the one I have. Although it's underpowered for that type of mining. It's good for scraping ice, but a little bit underpowered for mining ore. Okay. That's kind of the middle of the ship right there, actually. I think it's good enough for what we want to do. And I need to look at a welder here. Welder does have conveyors on not every side. That's limiting. I had a feeling about that. Which is, it's okay. We're just gonna do this. I'm also gonna do... Well, no. It's a little annoying being inside the projection, but it's gonna be helpful. Nice. Misplaced right away. You don't get the reverse piston plan. That is okay. You will. It's kind of it's a trick. You'll get it in a second. Just got to build this. I should probably share some inertia tensors here. Oh, I'm a little off center, aren't I? No, I'm not. I built the ship, or I projected the ship off center. That's exactly how I wanted it. So now, yeah, we're gonna have to share inertia tensors on this, I think. That should be its widest point. If I need to add welders, I can. That's easy. Looking into the trick. I mean, it's... When I say trick, what I really mean is it's something I've realized I can do to compact pistons. Actually, I don't think I can take credit for realizing it myself. I saw Splitsy do it in his Survival Unlikely. Need more interior plate. Well, guess what? I've got some right here. $30's not going to be enough, is it? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna overdo the welder array, but I'm okay with it. I'd rather it be over than underdone. That should get everything. So now, no chance I've got enough stuff in this little ship for all this, right? Splitsy mentioned, of course. Splitsy's big influence on my space engineers. What a creator. I'm pretty sure it was Survival Unlikely. The series he did with no jetpack. Oh my goodness. What incredible content. I saw a video recently where he said he's stepping away from that series, and I get it. 100%. What an intense series to have to play, but I'm gonna miss it. I wanted to see that train work. He had so many great ideas. That road he was building to magnesium that never got finished. Oh, that was such a grand undertaking, and what a cool idea. This is so shaky. All my conveyors are upside down. What did I do, random? What did I do? I really think I should start calling you friendly passerby. Or friendly... Something will come to mind. We'll stick with random for now. It's your chosen name. But sometimes a name chooses you. That can happen. I think all I will have to do is build the first welder, and the rest should follow. Plenty of epic moments, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, oriented them forwards. Right. As one does, as one does. That was my intention the whole time. A forward orientation. Chain reaction, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I remember when I was new to space engineers, my buddy, Stony Mike, was the one showing me how to play. And he said welder array, ship printer, all these foreign things that I couldn't make any sense of. And he showed me that welder chain reaction. Oh goodness, was I ever impressed. Really? We're short by 3? Are you sure? It's really, really wobbly. Let's do a little bit of inertia tensor here. Hopefully this will help. We just need to add a little bit of gravity into the system. And then this one is extended, so we'll just want to click it like that. Otherwise it would start retracting. Oh, we're going to see one. We are going to see one. Ship printer, man. One of these space engineer things that is just next level. It's not every game that will let you do this. And the final inertia tensor, that'll make this thing weigh as much as the whole base. Oh, hydrogen! 8, 3. Oh, I don't have enough to get on the platform.
Fuel critical.
What's a man to do? Oh, it worked. Slick. Kerbal Space is KSP. Kerbal Space Program. Auto struts, and rigid attachments. Yeah, I loved Kerbal. I didn't get as far into it as I might have. Did some orbiting, some moon missions. Never made it to Mars successfully, I don't think. But what a lovely game. And I heard they came out with a second one and it got really bad reviews, which is too bad. Really, the way that game is, they probably could just update it and it would be fine. It doesn't need much in the way of gameplay loops. What it needs is just the physics that it has and more components. Maybe a little work on the building. Not that the building was impossible. It just could be improved. Yeah, we still have our conveyor. Silo cargo. That's my player inventory. There is life in both. Oh, so okay, so Kerbal 2 is actually a functioning game. I had been under the impression that they were going to abandon it. And that did make me sad. I should have gotten the parts for a welder while I was there. No big deal. Ain't nothing but time. We've got plenty of that. Okay, plenty of mods for 1 or you Kerbal 2 is like a redux. Yeah, I get that. That's cool. Oh, I might stream some Kerbal someday. I really might. I don't think I even have enough steel plate in my inventory to build all these. To place all of them. Did you ever play any survival games like what's the one I'm trying to think of right now? It's 7 Days to Die. It's far less build oriented, but definitely a game that I enjoy on the occasion. I've never spent more than I don't know, maybe 10 or 20 hours on a playthrough. Of course, you can't really spend a whole lot more than that because eventually you lose. Yeah, we'll definitely do some Kerbal at some point. It's one of those games you gotta have some what's the word I'm looking for here? Tolerance to shame to play live. Because it's very easy for the audience to see how and where you're going to go wrong. And you got to be one of those people who can just say, I know I'm going to make mistakes. I'm okay with that. Okay, we've got our build planner. Let's get rid of the conveyor pipe because we really don't need it. Pretty sure welders build in a powered down state, which is a good thing. 7 Days to Die. Yeah, it's a zombie survival game. It's a different feel. It's still sandboxy, not very engineering. Very much just about the survival. Let's stand back here in case it is on. It's not. Okay. Good, good, good. We'll get this ship out of the way. We're still working on an hour of flight time at hover. Yeah, fun and catastrophic, which might be synonyms. All right, so now that I'm just gonna step back, those. Oh, I need to turn them all on. Welder. There we go. These pistons are going to push the welder array towards the projection, and then I can retract them and then use the extension pistons to get the rest of the distance I need. So it's just a way to compact it. It compacts the piston array some, and it gives me more room to make mistakes. What's happening here? I can't be out of materials, can I? That'd be a pretty bad sign. They're all on. Oh! Don't run into the welders. So they only built vertically. That's interesting. I wonder if I toggle them on and off, if that'll fix it. Feel like that's wrong. Yeah, it's. I mean, I guess there's a chance I'm just out of. There's no way I'm out of plate. I had 15,000. Let's see. What if we jiggle a piston? That's not doing it. Okay. One last resort here. If they are rotated in the right way. Yeah, that could definitely be the case, huh? Well, simple solution here. We'll use welders to build welders. Just little welders instead of big ones. We'll start at the top. No jiggle, they're the same grid. Yeah, they're not going to jiggle relative to each other. I was hoping that just jiggling it in general would kind of get it going. Like update the physics engine or something. I wouldn't think rotation would matter, right? Because the area of interaction is a sphere, but, well, we only know what we know. Silo cargo. Try an alternating pattern. Yeah, that seems like the best thing to do is going to be just to use the little ship to jumpstart it here. The area is a sphere, but the hitbox isn't. Good point. Good, very good point. Yes. There. We've got enough for 30 of them, so we should be able to make this thing happen. Hypothetically, enough for 30 of them. Weld area. Weld area hits arm bits. That's what made them build in a line. Yeah, so if I'd rotated each row, maybe. That's okay. We're just gonna do this. think I'm insulated from it in the cockpit, right? Yeah, they're building themselves now. Yeah, we definitely needed to alternate. I think you're right. Grind the top unbuilt ones and rotate them 90? Yeah, maybe, but let's just do this. Ain't gonna hurt us. If I didn't have a massive ship to start printing, I might experiment with what went wrong here, but I don't want to get too distracted from the goal, because while we have a lot of time in general, the amount of time I have right now is somewhat limited. I've got another hour and a half or so. Automatic safety squint when in cabin. Always a successful plan. Any engineer worth his salt knows to engage his safety squints when near a welder. Okay. Well, let's get to work here. That's everything. We're ready to start printing. That was a little rough. Um, Before we do that, let's give ourselves some sunlight. Ah, we've got a weather thing happening. Normally I'll just let the weather ride, but I kind of want to get a good shot of this. Continuing with tips for these cool-looking ships in the thruster systems example, you handed control over placement to different rules. I'm not sure if I'm following that. I'm going to tell you the truth there. You handed control over placement. Oh, I see. You used rules to define your placements. I'm following. I'm following. Are we... Yeah, we're good here. Okay. One more piston. Oh, that's gonna start building. And we've collided. There we go. Let's slow that down a little bit. I feel like we may have rushed back some. Oh no, it's the bigger blocks. Okay. So the only thing to do here is just retract a little bit more. No, you're doing fine. It just took me a second to process it. Took me a second to process it. You're saying that the placement of the thrusters is defined by a rule set that you've created rather than just symmetry or arbitrary. There's an underlying principle to the design. Okay, we may have some leftover bits we'll have to work on, but that's okay. It's going to be a while to fuel the hydrogen system up, so even if there are some leftover bits to weld manually or using the base bud, that won't be an issue. That's part of the experience. Obviously, a flying printer is better, but I'm not building a large grid flyer to print a large grid ship. Symmetry and shaping rules too, of course, but not simply symmetry. So one rule was to use less conveyors, use ports of already available blocks. Okay. I'm hearing building sounds. Okay, ion thrusters are not built. I said this was a battery. This is not a battery, it's a jump drive. There's no battery that big. Superconductor and gravity components. I think those use gold only, right? No platinum in that. No, there's platinum in the gravity components, huh? No, not the survival kit. We want gravity component. Silver and gold, okay. Interesting. I think my welding's gonna outrun my production in this instance. So by limiting yourself or um, creating the rule that you want to, I needed more welders out here at the edges, that you wanted to minimize conveyors, you create some sort of compaction as well as, um, yeah, I see. So you end up with like a thruster pack back here at the rear of the ship. That way they can all be close together and you minimize the number of conveyors required. That's pretty slick. Disregarding grid size, okay. A trick disregarding grid size. You know what I should do that would make this easier for me to see here? Show only buildable. And that's all steel plate, right? So I should be able to build it with my little base bud. Let you reword it. Disregarding the grid size. Yeah, I think I might need you to reword that a little bit. Or just explain it a little bit more. Ooh, I see gyros coming together. Wonder how much energy these welders are using. I'm gonna go check. I bet they're pulling a fair bit of energy here. Ow, not even. We got plenty. Batteries are so overpowered. Let's grab some hydrogen while we're here. We're having some trouble printing. I think that's going to be due entirely to the speed that my assembler runs at, since I have only one. Granted, it has speed modules all the way around it, but for this kind of large grid ship, it's a lot to ask of the assembler. that's okay. We don't need to rush here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's put some things together. Pretty good, though. Um, well, this is fine. This gives us an opportunity to gather some ice and get started on generating hydrogen. Manual placement. Yeah, I'll definitely need to help it along some for sure. But that's no big deal. I kind of anticipated that with the brute force attack of just printing it with a wall of welders. Really, for a ship to print off of a wall of welders, it needs to have been designed for that. And so I was prepared that what I was going to do was print as much of it as I could and then come back and help it out with the little flying machine, which is exactly what that little flying machine's for. We're going to need a bunch of ice. A bunch. Almost enough to justify a base drill just for ice. Which I kinda wanted to avoid. I'm gonna see how much I can do flying, but I'll probably burn out at some point and just do a base drill. Really, I could set up a hydrogen production base at the ice lake, and then once the ship has enough hydrogen to dock at that hydrogen production plant, fly it over there and refuel it. That's always an option. Actually, it's probably the thing to do. Maybe not right now, but that is another structure that we're going to want to create here, a a refueling station. It could even be separate from this grid, as in the hydrogen fuel generated there is not for powering this grid. The rule could still be that this grid gets powered by ice that gets shipped in using this little vessel or something similar to it. And so we don't break the rule, we just create a new one to change the old one. Yeah, I've got the pistons static right now, so I'm gonna do a couple ice runs and then go check and see the progress and if it has stopped assembling stuff, if it has stopped welding, I'll shut the welders off, retract them, and then work on the blueprint, and we'll just do sections like that. Let's try saying it a different way. When adding blocks, you minimize internal space. Okay, so you prefer a hallway to a cabin, right? Um, you'd rather you're compacting the ship, trying to make it as small as you can while still being usable. Let's do 4 or 5 runs with this guy. That'll get us a good little chunk. Still doesn't sound complete, but yeah. Okay. Disregard grid size. When adding blocks, you minimize internal space. Hmm. I think I'm getting like a gist of the rule. I may not have it nailed down. I'm getting the idea of what you're pointing at with it. It's kind of a similar rule to use as few conveyors as possible, but it's like create as as limited an internal space as possible. Let's rock and roll with some more ice here. I always love this. The resource gathering. That's good fun. I guess I'll need more gold and silver probably. And you know, grids might be the limiting factor right now. I should probably get some cobalt, which I think is nearby. I think I have cobalt very close by. Erroneous wording. That's alright. Wording things is not easy, especially when you're talking about an abstract idea that you have in your brain that you've never tried to vocalize before. That stuff's not easy. Let's get a couple more meters. This fog, it's brutal trying to fly in the fog. Get that ore detector on. And precisely that, yeah. Precisely. I think there was cobalt somewhere right under the base. I think at one point I had dug for it by hand, perhaps. We'll get rid of this load of ice, then do a little fly around here. All of my refineries are running completely yield modules. So whatever ore we get, we'll get the maximum yield from it. Which is good. I mean, I did not set this base up for fast-paced printing. I will eventually do that in the underground silo, but this is going to be a little project, which I'm cool with. Wrong button. Hide empty. Ice storage. Alright, let's do a little fly around here. I know there's iron down there. Oh, I should turn my signals on if I want to see stuff. Let's see, iron. I feel like cobalt was over here. It's been a long time since I did any digging for cobalt. Maybe I'm wrong too. Could be wrong. No bit of ore is wasted. Yeah, buddy. If we're talking images and videos, the idea would be perfectly easy to convey. Well, it helps a lot, right? Picture's worth 1,000 words. It might be worth even more than that. There is cobalt here. Next question, did I dig any yet? I'd hate to make 2 holes if I already had one. This was an old... I dug out the stone there when I first arrived to build the platform. So this is a real old hole, but I should have my drill out. I don't think... Yeah, iron. Plenty of iron. There's a chance that I went afield to get cobalt so I wouldn't create holes near the base. That's a possibility. Trying to keep an eye on the hydrogen. Lots of ice. Lots of ice. Alright. Yeah, I don't think I want to dig... Even though the cobalt is here, I don't think I want a big hole. Oh, but I have a big hole. What if I used my big hole to accomplish the goal I'm after? That would be a pretty good workaround here. Okay. So this is the base drill. Yeah. I should really name these things. Would help. Okay, we're going to turn you off. We're going to turn the drill off. I'm getting struck by ice. I think what I need to do is extend this in totality. Should probably toggle the block on if I want to do that. Yeah, we want to extend this all the way down to make room. Come on now. Do I want to extend the lower one as well? I don't know. Keeping an eye on my hydrogen. Might as well, right? No reason not to. Helps if you turn it on. Toggle the block on, and then increase your velocity. Getting close to violence here. But it's okay. Okay. Let's grab a new hydrogen bottle, because we won't have any down in that hole. You would definitely need that iron ore. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that ore is critical. That drill was set up there on purpose. No mistake. No mistake at all. Okay. If we use the... I think the cobalt was over in this direction. Let's just get another read on that cobalt. Okay. It's kind of underneath the corner of the refinery. That's how we're going to get to it. We're going to need more grids. I'm fairly certain of it. We've used a lot. Alright, something I don't usually do here, but I've never flown this hole before. It's not really set up for this, so we're gonna go cheaty for a minute. Oh, there's cobalt under here. Even better. Now I have something to aim towards. There's gold under here? Why would there be gold under a cobalt? Does that happen? I thought gold only spawned in with silver. Careful indeed. We are in the danger zone here. The trick with a ship like this is making a hole that's bigger than you need it to be. Because I haven't really set it up for tunneling, so I'm a little bit undersized with my drills. That's a very convenient patch of gold. I might even hit that patch of gold with the base drill, which would just be so unexpected. Alright, we're gonna go third person here. There's a kind of flying that doesn't require third person, and a kind that does. We are very much in the I need to be in third person kind of flying here. I've got this. I've got this. This is working well. Oh, I smashed into something, though. With a battery. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Oh, it's a little overpowered. I wonder if an event controller can measure grid weight, and I could make it so some of these thrusters turn off under a certain grid weight. Slow and steady. That's alright. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. If we need to, well, it's gonna be an episode or two, probably a full episode to print that ship. We're gonna get a good head start on it today, and then in between streams, I will gather ice and just start working on hydrogen, and probably finish up the energy plant, the power plant. Okay, go down and then pitch up. We're getting close to the cobalt now. Let's make enough room so if we wanted to, we could turn around. Because I will probably want to get out of here. Okay, we should see cobalt soon. Do our best not to destroy it. There's some. Nice. One thing I didn't think about was removing stone. Well, I've got a plan for that. Actually, I did think about it. I just didn't streamline the process. So we know we can do about 90,000 pounds, or kilograms. Checked into vent controller can work if you use cargo filled. Okay. Yeah, that would make sense. We could kind of backdoor it that way. Bootstrap it. We're at 73, 74. I think we'll get to 80. Yeah, that's close enough. It's too bad I don't have... Let's level out here. Too bad I don't have lights all the way around this little ship. Level, stay level. Ho ho. If I were gonna do a lot of this, it would definitely make sense to create a tunneling ship. And I probably should. Just go ahead and make one. We did a good tunnel here, though. Oh, I didn't mean to go back there. Kind of hard flying ships backwards. Oh, I may have damaged something just now. No, we're looking okay. Shockingly. Yeah, we'd have to tune it because there's definitely a mass difference between ice and stone, right? I don't know how much of a difference. There has to be one. Stone would definitely be denser, I would think. Okay, we're a little bit more in the open now. Well, I might as well just process the stone too. So, I think I can hook up to the same place where I deliver ice, and it should... Let's see, how much cobalt did we get? That's a fair bit. Fair bit. Oh, yeah. Found a clue for that grid size. Small thruster is the same PCU as large thruster. So in other words, you'd be better off using large thrusters than small thrusters? Even though it's going to make the ship bigger, you're probably better off using the large thrusters. Okay, coming back with a little bit of cobalt here. Let's see, if I hook up, level out a little bit, do we start having... Yeah, the refineries are withdrawing automatically, so that's good. And the ship is an example of that. Okay, so you could have made the ship smaller if you used smaller thrusters, but it wasn't about the size of the grid. You were trying to pack the most punch in the fewest PCU. Okay. Yeah, I should think about that when I'm doing small grid ships. I'm bad to use small thrusters when I really don't need to. Wow, we can see the cobalt from here. It's easier to consider adding a large thruster. Yeah, because the large thrusters aren't as large relative to the grid in small grid as they are large grid. The large grid large thrusters are a massive. Let's level out. I need to have a place to unload stone, because we just don't need to be bringing back this much stone. What I need to do is get a real dense load of cobalt, just one and done. So I need to create a little offshoot area that I can get to easily. Let's go third person again. Only expensive in components, but they're... Let's see. On large grid, it would help to be as easy. Yeah. They're only expensive in components, but their function pays off. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because you get a lot more thrust out of a large thruster anyway. You need a bunch of small thrusters to equivocate the same amount of thrust. Let's see. We go straight up and then level out, level out. We're going to make a little stone rejection spot here. A real lot more, yeah. Yeah, it's almost unfair how much more. All right, let's pitch forward some. Try and stay level, watching our gauge. We're going to bump into cobalt if we're not careful. This should work, I think. It's kind of hard to conceptualize depth. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Do I have... I think 3 is gyro lock. Yep. So now I should stay relatively level here, which will help with the digging some. And ease on forward a little bit. Ease on forward. Let's dig. Look at this cobalt. Again, we're gonna try and get about 80,000 kilograms on board. And then we'll unload some stone this time, rather than taking it back. We've got so much access to stone with the base drill, it doesn't make sense to bring it back when these trips are so time-consuming. Probably could go right up to my 90,000 because of the short trip we're going to make here to unload the stone. Let's unlock our gyros and re-level. Inevitably, you lose your level a little bit when you are digging because you bump into the material that you're digging through. Okay. There we go. And now, I believe this is set up so control panel connector, show an inventory screen. Connector's got ice in it. Well, how about that? Maybe I should be able to see it on the inventory screen. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So we could take our stone and just drop it in the connector and use the connector like an ejector. It's kind of an overpowered ejector. Okay, and then we turn it off so we don't lose stuff accidentally. And we're down to 55,000 kilograms. So if we do that maybe 2 more times, we should have a boatload. A boatload of cobalt. And we probably won't have to worry about cobalt for the rest of the print, which would be handy. Back up real slow. There we go, that's the limit. And then come forward. Let's go left a little bit and down. We're right at our limits. Hope the cabin is safe from these stones. Yeah, it should come out in front of the cabin, as long as I'm not pitched upwards. We can go into first-person view and check. Just make sure we're not damaging anything willy-nilly. Alright, we're going to go for 90,000. We know we can fly at 90,000 kilograms, and we're just going a short distance here, so that's what we're going to do. Take a nice big bite. We're about to bump connector, so that's going to be our limit. Pull back and up. Back and up. Oh, I love flying. I just love it. Especially when you're doing it like this. Like a cargo ship, real slow and careful movements. Anybody can fly fast in a straight line. But taking the time and having the patience to navigate in a space and environment like this, that just feels to me a little bit more interesting. All right, we'll get in here some. And oh, see, that's why we do this. Interesting. We're going to lose a little bit of cobalt. I don't really... Yeah, here we go. I see a way around it. And connector on. Oh, yeah. We're good. That's quite a bit of cobalt. Let's get some more. No, I didn't mean to do that. That's okay. Resources are near infinite. We're not going to fret. I do wonder if I unlock my gyros. I'm at 68,000 kilograms, so I still have some maneuverability. Let's gain a little altitude and try and create the width we would need to turn around, because it will be easier to fly out of here if we can rotate fully. Oh yeah, that's gonna happen. Losing our level a little bit. Just gonna go to the other side of the ship now. Oh, this is fun. Real careful. That's the name of this game. Real careful. Easy peasy. Hey, look, if NASA's looking for a pilot, I'm available. So we should have the room to turn around now. Even a little bit extra room, so it won't be a particularly difficult maneuver. Because hopefully we'll be in the upper 70s, lower 80,000 pound range on our way out. Okay, I gotta find my original orientation, which was something like this. And then we drop down. Oh, try and stay level. Let's lock the gyroscopes. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Perhaps overly cautious, but I'd rather be overly and make it out well than have a little too much reckless abandon and end up with a failed mission, wasted time, and a ship that needs to be rebuilt. Although a redesign on this particular ship might be a good thing. We're already at 83, 87, 89. Gonna get a little risky here. There we go. 97's about as much as I dare. So we start losing our fine control here. Luckily, we can still use gravity to arrest our upward flight. I should keep an eye on battery capacity. We're getting a little on the verge of risky here. I think this might be time to call it. Let's unload the stone. Oh goodness, everything's quite full. Well, we can do that. And should be able to... Oh, the drills are pushing cobalt right now. Control panel. Drill. Automatic push-pull off. Show an inventory. Yeah, this is probably the cobalt I'll need for a very long time. Here we go. This is how we do this. Cobalt goes in the drill. Connector. What do we have for stone here? Just lighten the load to the extent that we can. And then we fly back. This will probably take 20 hours to process. Okay, let's fix the drills now. Let's turn the ejection off first. What the? And fix the drills. Automatic push-pull on. There we go. So now we can make a full rotation, trying to mind our level. And we may even be able to do this in first person. As long as I'm near the stone, it shouldn't be an issue. Oh yeah. Beautiful. There's our drills. I knew they had to be here somewhere. This is great. Let's turn those signals off. I like it better with them off. They're handy when you need them. Okay, there's going to be a drill overhead, I think. Or like some pistons. Yep, I've just bumped into it. Let's exit to the left. Yeah, I'd be surprised if this wasn't enough for the drill. It's almost definitely a lot more than we actually need. But a lot more than we actually need is the right amount, I have found. In general terms. Get more than you need, use less than you have, and then you're never left wanting. Come on in. Easy, just easy like. A little bit of violence, but a little violence never hurts. And yeah, that's excellent. So now, oh goodness, I have neglected to eat. And I need a little health up. Alright, this should be no longer welding. It is still welding. That must just be, that must be an audio glitch, right? Let's see here. We're at 10 meters. Minimum distance. Let's see, 2.5 meters per block, right? So okay, yeah, that's a lot of focus there. So we've moved back an entire block. Here we go. Very, very interesting. Let's make a group for these welders. Printer, welders, group. Let's hide them out of everything and then turn them off. And let's get in here a little bit. Inside a block. Reactor, okay. We need to withdraw some more. So actually, this is another benefit to using a piston setup like this with them going in two directions. Now I can use this piston, or these upper pistons, to move this array out of the way. And when I bring it back in, I'll still have my previous setting. Not that that really makes any significant difference here, but it could be handy in a certain situation. Okay. So let's see what we have for unbuilt blocks. It's a speed module. We should have everything we need for that. Ion thrusters, conveyor tubes, looking good. Really, nothing that's going to split the ship is unbuilt. Now, that's good news. And you know what I didn't check, but I guess we would have noticed if the orientation of the ship was incorrect. But the projector, now that now that they have visual orientation, it's a little easier to avoid that problem. So I think the only thing we would need to manually add here would be these upper blocks. And we'll come back and do... Oh, no, this is a platform, isn't it? That's why it hasn't built yet. We just haven't withdrawn that far. So grids aren't even a problem. The only thing that we're missing is the stuff that I just haven't made. We're printing excellently right now. Let's withdraw here. Just reverse. Easier if you go up. Just one click if you go up. That should bring that in pretty quickly. And then we're going to make the minimum distance here. Let's go 6.5, and that should give us what we want. And G button panel. Groups. Do I have the welder group? Printer welders. Toggle on off. Okay. So we'll just keep withdrawing this until we hear the next phase of building. 0.5 meter at a time. Let's get some hydrogen while that's doing its thing. This is rock and roll, man. I'm all about this right now. We might actually have this ship printed today. It might not be as big of a project as I was thinking. Obviously, some of the blocks that require silver and gold and stuff like that, that'll take a little time. But I can add those in manually. What am I looking for here? Finery. Spell it right, and you might see it. Cobalt. That's good. Cobalt. Ingot. Why would... Oh, I was in ship only here. Yeah. Yeah. And control panel assembler. What do we have for grids? I don't know why I'm so concerned about grids right now. I guess because I haven't really had a whole lot of need for them, and I know that thrusters require a bunch of grids. Metal grid, 2,500. We should be good. Just be careful not to grind them off before fueling and landing the ship. Yeah, because they're holding it up, right? Well, I'll leave them on there unfinished. Of course, I don't need platinum to build those, do I? Just gold. So the ion thrusters are the only thing I can't finish right now. But the unfinished blocks, I'm just going to leave them in place. They're not really hurting anything. One of the jumps, yeah. It's... Oh, there's 2 jump drives. I see. Yep. Now we're gonna leave them. That's okay. We're gonna build the ship. We'll make this ship kind of a quest line of its own, in a sense. What are we building here? We're gonna withdraw some more. I think we're dealing with an audio glitch. I could check the assembler. I meant to get hydrogen. You got me all excited and distracted. Production, assembler. Huh. Yeah, it's got to be an audio glitch if the assembler's not building stuff. Then there's no chance we're using components. Gravity components need no platinum, need silver. Yeah, okay. Well, there's gold and silver under where I dig the ice from, so I can get some more gold and silver easy. That's no issue. Let's get rid of our scrap. Oh, I wanted that. Try and remember to keep eating here. I think I need to figure out where the block edge is. Yeah. Oh, there's a merge block, huh? Nice. So I could build this, could have built this in like space launch position, nose up. Let's go back a full meter. I think we need to come back 2.5 meters. Wish I could see in there. That seems like a long time for a large grid welder to be welding. Let's just pull this thing right back. I think that's the move right now. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Time to start extending. Let's do our maximum distance to 2.5. Merges have a trick too, they're for aligning. If there is a fitting combo of connector and a merge block, but with parts blocking merging, then they will still magnetize and align both grids. Okay. Fitting a combo of connector. This is for expansion modules. Oh, I see. So you can add you can add a module by having a connector and a merge block on the module that match the ship's connector and merge block setup. So use the connector to align yourself and then to magnetize the two together, and then when the merge block meets the other merge block, they sort of seal up. Heavy armor plate ribbon is a merge block. Is a merge blocker. This stuff here. Okay. Because the ship's the expansion module wouldn't be able to fit in that gap. But if you wanted to make the expansion permanent, you would remove this and then allow the merge blocks to merge. Or are you saying you would leave this in place, connects to the merge blocks don't connect to each other, but they provide alignment? Yeah, I see what you're saying now. I'm following you. Maximum distance, 7.5. I think we're getting something here now. I was being a little bit timid. A little more timid than I needed to be. Which is okay. But with as many welders as we have here, we ought to be able to make stuff pretty quickly. That last one, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. So the merge blocks get close enough to attract, but because these panels are here, it prevents them from actually locking together and becoming one grid. Okay, we're doing the thing. I feel like this is just a bit of a visual glitch, a glitch in the welder. I'm gonna be so wrong and pay for it, but let's open this wide open. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, this is cool. This would be something. It'd be kind of fun to make a world with, or to make this the world where there's different styles of printers and viewers who are active in the community could submit their blueprints to be printed. That'd be kind of fun. I'd probably get good at printing too if we had enough of that to do. Let's set our maximum to 2.5. Velocity to 0.1 to give me room to make mistakes along the way. Yeah, that'd be a great idea, wouldn't it? Let's get the sun back here. And get some hydrogen in our bottles. Alright, let's do a progress check, which means shut off the welder array. And just extend. Let's go back a whole piston so there's no mistakes. We should be able to push that all the way out, no issue. Welders are off. What are you? Gravity generator, okay. Good. So the only things we're not printing are the stuff we don't have components for. We still have the frames so we don't split the ship. This is cool. I like how dense it is. You can only just barely get around this reactor. Very cool. What is this? A Willis duct? Very neat. Passage sides. That's a clean look. He published another ship. It's so little it's funny. The Dweezil Little. Let's pull that up. Oh, I forget the Steam overlay doesn't show up. It's kind of disappointing. Understandable, but disappointing. Oh wow, that is really small. Ha! That's funny. What? It stands in such stark contrast. Conserve space while keeping it usable. Yeah. So, example for another tip for building. I'm ready for it, brother. I like your tips so far. They've been handy. Yeah, we'll have to come back in all the way. Because we've got some smaller blocks that need to be built. Oh, yeah. Okay, retract you. It was literally built as after building. It was built as rest after building the big one. Yeah, I got you. Like a recovery project in a sense. Just something that was small and easy, and you were able to finish it without a whole lot of drama. Learning to be okay with building system limitations. Okay. Expand on that a little bit. I'm curious. Curious how you mean that. Okay, this looks like rock and roll. Let's open up to 7.5. Just start doing this. It's just about as easy. It would be cool if I build a tiny ship now kind of ship. Yeah, yeah. What do we have going on here? Got some detail happening. Oh, I see. We're waiting on the thrusters to come into play. It's a hydro system. Good. That's my favorite kind. I love hydro. Ion's great. Don't get me wrong. But the challenge of working with hydrogen is something I've always enjoyed. A lot of little holes in it, huh? Okay. Or literal holes. You said literal. I read little. Nice. Yeah, I feel like I could have printed this quite a bit faster. Simultaneously, I could have made a better decision here by attaching... Well, I guess not really. I just didn't make the welding array wide enough. Okay. Let's see here. It wants some sideways visibility, or rather you want it. It has no floor over the tank. Some of the tank is a floor for the tank. Interesting. The side of the tank is a floor for the tank. It has thrusters exposed, top thruster sticking out unavoidably. Hmm. So are you saying if you could have done it exactly the way you wanted, that thruster wouldn't be sticking out, or it is enjoyable to fly? Yeah. Well, that is an important part of a ship. Let's get that 5.0 going and go grab us some hydrogen fuel. Ooh. Engines are running. Yeah, batteries got low. And actually, the engines aren't even keeping up. Huh. That welder's kicking our butt. That's interesting. I haven't seen that yet. This is by far the greatest power demand that we've had on base so far. I think I might shut the refineries off. And if we do that, we're still... Well, the assembler's running also. But it did buy us a few minutes. Current output. Interesting. I lost track. Super fast, enough fuel, conveniently powered. I wish I could hide that thruster, and it would be possible with a large grid, or possible with a small grid, but this is large grid for performance. Interesting. So you're saying it would be easier to hide this if it were small grid. I don't know if I understand Large grid has no such block. Is it the thruster block or the block you want to use to hide it? That that doesn't exist. There we go, another row printed. It's easy to find a different option. Yeah. Well, I think, like you said, being okay with the limitations probably creates some... It creates some visual interest, right? And you could make the whole ship smooth, but then a perfectly smooth ship is kind of missing something. No one block thruster with 5 conveyors and large grid. Oh, I see. Because of the conveyor rule that you put in place, you were restricted to using these large thrusters. Uh-huh. So basically the rule was don't use conveyors unless there is absolutely no other option. It's not just minimize it, it's don't use them at all. You know what we could do here is when we finish welding, since the connector's at the front of the ship, we could put a connector on this piston array here, and that should hook the whole thing into the base. Are there batteries on this ship? I wonder if the batteries are... well, no, because they would probably be on auto anyway, even if there were some, right? I may have to build a go-to-space ship before I can actually fly this one. Ooh, why are we not building down here? I don't love that. So far, we've built everything. Interesting. Do I need another welder down here? 4 batteries, okay. Whoa. Oh, hold up. Do we use all our plate? That would be crazy. That would be absolutely crazy. It's believable, though. Yeah, I think we did. It's just doing its best to keep up here. Yeah, that's all the plate. Oh my. Uh, assembler. Silo assembler. Okay, good. The input storage isn't overrun with any material. That's a good thing. Wow. 4 batteries. That's excellent. Okay. That's good. I'll need them because I don't have uranium. I guess this hinge probably would have been for the landing gear, right? Yeah, hefty ship, no doubt. That's kind of badass. Look at this. Little things I'm going to have to come in and clean up. I'm cool with that. Cool with that. I like a project. Be careful around the welders. Okay, so we are welding stuff down low. We just ran out of plates. Makes sense to me. Angler hinges. Shoulder pads are placed onto them. Gotcha. Yep. we're gonna give the assembler a couple moments here to catch up with everything. I wonder how much hydrogen I have left. I might have to actually be careful here. We wouldn't want the base to lose its power. And I never did fill up the tank on the roof for backup power. I could set up an event controller and timer block to turn off all unnecessary systems. Let's see, whoa, we're running low. Okay. Alright, get me into the inventory, please. Printer welders, we're gonna turn you off for a few moments. And now we are increasing. Nope, we're still decreasing. That can't be right. 9.39. Oh my. What else can I turn off? I wonder if the jump drives are drawing power even though they're incomplete. Is that a possibility? Hinges are blocked from moving, always at 45 degrees. Gotcha. Hydrogen ran out. No, I think the engines are still running, and I still have hydrogen in the small tanks. Big tank should have plenty. Yeah, big tank has plenty. It's just that there's not enough engines to keep up with the electrical demand that the batteries can output. So, let's see here. Oh, I know. This guy's in recharge. No, he's at 100%. Interesting. 2.4. Okay, what else can we turn off? Are any of these in recharge? Yep. Let's go to auto. Here we go. Recharged in 2 hours. I think the batteries on this were placed in recharge mode. And that's going to be what made the difference. It was just pulling us down, but now we're good. And this is... I doubt this is taking us... This can't be taking any power yet. Oh, hydrogen. I want to see if they are in fact drawing power. Yeah, let's see. Jump drive. No. Current input is 0. We'll toggle them off just in case, but I think we're good. It was just the batteries. 4 batteries pulling power. I think that might be more batteries than I have on the base. I think I just have these 2. Yeah, all good. No problem. Just had to figure out what was happening, that's all. So, I wonder if that means we can keep printing. We can definitely at least turn the assembler back on. Oh, it's on. I never turned it off. Because I'm a hero. Wouldn't hurt to give this stuff a chance to catch up anyway, huh? Let's see here. So yeah, four engines. That's all. We had 4 engines rocking. For half a stream. New ship is the base. Yeah, pretty much. Look at this. This ship's huge. It is by far the biggest single build in this world right now. Oh, I'm sure I will. I don't see why I wouldn't. It's a great little ship. Yeah, I think I'll have to do a little bit of manual installation on some stuff, but that's no problem. Yeah, I'm sure I'll get lots of use out of it. I tend to, when I build a big ship like this, just use it for a while. Let's see here. Use it for a long while. And I'll probably end up doing some touches to it, making it my own in certain ways. Okay. Refill station. Pursuit power, oxygen, and hydrogen refills. Oh, that's cool. So everything but health. It's like a medical bay, but no medical components. Yeah, I can tell lots of care went into it. No doubt about that. Oh, it's got its own welders too, huh? And they are powered off by default. That's handy. Look at all these speed modules. I'm guessing that's for refineries and assemblers, right? Whoa, spell things right if you want to see them. Refinery. Conveyor sorters. Yep, yep, yep. I like a man who uses sorters. Well, I say man, I just assume, but I like a person who uses sorters. Engineering area. Side welders can be replaced with storage if want. Yeah. I'm going to turn these off. They're not using much power um, because they're not refining anything, but we're just going to go into a low power state for right now. Give the ship a fighting chance. Nice, a hydrogen engine. That's good. So if I get this thing piped up, it'll help power everything a little bit. Ooh. By default, the welders protect the hydrogen tanks. Yep, that's smart. In case you end up in a combat scenario. That's very, very smart. They are a little bit exposed out there, but they look nice. I always liked the way hydrogen tanks looked. They create like a rocket sort of effect. All right, we're almost out of energy. We're running low on food. I think I'm gonna have to call the stream here and go attend to other matters. But I want to thank you for joining me again, Random. This has been a ton of fun, and I'm gonna keep working on printing this ship and getting materials together. I'll probably actually wait until next stream to finish printing it, but we'll see. My excitement might overwhelm me. It has sorter forcers on top, a pair of filters, and a pair of bypass sorters for each. Yeah, I saw that in the control panel there. That is something I like, because we all know we can use scripts, or at least we used to be able to use scripts to get what we want in that sense. But, you know, using the inbuilt sorters, that takes some careful consideration. Stream made epic, no doubt about it. That was what a way to end it too, with that near close call. Like, man, everything on this base is connectors. If we lost power totally, that connector would have disconnected. This one, I guess they probably wouldn't go anywhere because these hinges are locked, right? But still, epic, epic. We would have had to go through and reconnect everything. Yeah, absolutely. You're always welcome here, and I love chatting with people. That's a big part of the reason I do this. Make friends and have good conversations. So I'm gonna call it here, and if I get a chance during the week, I will, but certainly I'll find some time next weekend. Probably Sunday. Thank you very much. Have a great day and a great week, and we'll do it again soon. Later.